Phil McQuilling 13-4. McQuilling 12-8. Phil McQuilling 12-8. Phil McQuilling 12-8. Phil McQuilling 13 flat. OEC. Phil McQuilling 20.6. Joey C 14-6. Phil McQuilling 13 flat. Robert Smith 5, O flat. Robert Smith 14-8. Robert Smith 13 flat. Joey C 122.5. Phil McQuilling 114.3. Robert Smith 11-6. Joey C 12-8. Phil McQuilling 13-4. Robert Smith 14 flat. Joey C 12-5. Phil McQuilling 12-8. Robert Smith 12-5. Joey C 12-2. Phil McQuilling 13 flat. Robert Smith 12-2. Joey C 11-9. Phil McQuilling 13 flat. Joey C 15-1. Phil McQuilling 13-8. Joey C 12-2. Phil McQuilling 13-1. Joey C 12-8. Brandon Vandewater. Phil McQuilling 13-4. Joey C 12 flat. Phil McQuilling 13-2. Mike Sharp 456.3. Connor Joey C 12-3. Joey C 11-7. Mike Sharp 14-2. Connor Hawkins 14-9. Mike Sharp 13-3. Mike Sharp 13-5. Mike Sharp 13-3. Mike Sharp 13-7. Connor Hawkins 124.5. Brandon Vandewater 205.9. Brandon Vandewater 15-6. Connor Hawkins 36.2. Brandon Vandewater 28.3. Connor Hawkins 15-2. Scott Nayerkorn. Brandon Vandewater 14-2. Connor Hawkins 14-8. Scott Nayerkorn 15-4. Connor Hawkins 11-8. Brandon Vandewater 19-1. Brandon Vandewater 15-8. Scott Nayerkorn 31.8. Brandon Vandewater 13-9. Scott Nayerkorn 13-2. Connor Hawkins 46.7. Brandon Vandewater 14-9. Scott Nayerkorn 13-3. Brandon Vandewater 13-5. Connor Hawkins 15-1. Scott Nayerkorn 12-6. Scott Nayerkorn 15-6. Connor Hawkins 22.6. Scott Nayerkorn 12-8. Connor Hawkins 15-1. Brandon Vandewater 41.2. Brandon Vandewater 14 flat. Brandon Vandewater 14-3. Connor Hawkins 32 flat. Connor Hawkins 12-4. Brandon Vandewater 13-3. Scott Naircorn 59.5. Connor Hawkins 13 flat. Brandon Vandewater 15-6. Brandon Vandewater 17-6. Brandon Vandewater 14-3. Connor Hawkins 35.5. Brandon Vandewater 13-5. Scott Naircorn 55.6. Brandon Vandewater 13-8. Scott Naircorn 13-2, Gabe. Connor Hawkins 36.1. Brandon Vandewater 13-4. Connor Hawkins 14-2. Brandon Vandewater 13-7. Gabe 31.8. Brandon Vandewater 13-8. Connor Hawkins 17-7. Brandon Vandewater 13-5. Connor Hawkins 13-8. Scott Naircorn 52.3. Gabe 19-8. Gabe 17-6. Scott Naircorn 23.1. Connor Hawkins 31.5. Gabe 15-1. Scott Naircorn 13-1. Scott Naircorn 12-3. Gabe 17-2, Joey C. Gabe 16-5. Connor Hawkins 39.4. Joey C 19-8. Phil McQuilling. Mike Sharp. Connor Hawkins 13-2. Gabe 15-4. Phil McQuilling 14-7. Mike Sharp 16-6. Connor Hawkins 11-8. Gabe 14-6. Scott Naircorn 50.2. Mike Sharp 14-8. Gabe 19-2. Mike Sharp 13-4. Scott Naircorn 24.5. Gabe 15-5. Connor Hawkins 40.2. Scott Naircorn 12-4. Mike Sharp 16-1. Connor Hawkins 12 flat. Gabe 16-4. Mike Sharp 13-3. Scott Naircorn 14-7. Phil McQuilling 104.6. Connor Hawkins 11-9. Scott Naircorn 12-2. Gabe 18-6. Connor Hawkins 12-3. Scott Naircorn 11-8. Phil McQuilling 23.6. Gabe 15-2. Phil McQuilling 13-2. Connor Hawkins 24.1. Scott Naircorn 20.6. Gabe 14-4. Phil McQuilling 14-2. Connor Hawkins 11-6. Scott Naircorn 11-7. Gabe 14-6. Phil McQuilling 13-5. Connor Hawkins 11-8. Scott Naircorn 12-3. Gabe 15-4. Connor Hawkins 11-8. Scott Naircorn 14-4. Phil McQuilling 18 flat. Connor Hawkins 12-1. Scott Naircorn 12-4. Phil McQuilling 13-4. Connor Hawkins 12-5. Scott Naircorn 12 flat. Phil McQuilling 13-2. Connor Hawkins 11-9. Scott Naircorn 12-9. Phil McQuilling 13-1. Connor Hawkins 14-8. Phil McQuilling 13-2. Phil McQuilling 13-8. Connor Hawkins 27.3. Phil McQuilling 14 flat. Connor Hawkins 14-3. Phil McQuilling 17-3. Connor Hawkins 13-4. Phil McQuilling 13-8. Scott Naircorn 117.6. Connor Hawkins 13 flat. Phil McQuilling 12-7. Scott Naircorn 12 flat. Phil McQuilling 15-8. Scott Naircorn 15-3. Gabe 231.7. Phil McQuilling 14-1. Gabe 14-2. Scott Naircorn 21.4. Phil McQuilling 12-5. Gabe 14-4. Scott Naircorn 16-8. Phil McQuilling 13-1. Gabe 14-3. Scott Naircorn 12-4. Phil McQuilling 12-9. Gabe 15-1. Phil McQuilling 12-9. Gabe 15-2. Phil McQuilling 14-5. Phil McQuilling 13 flat. Gabe 28.2. Phil McQuilling 15.1. Gabe 13.8. Phil McQuilling 13.2. Gabe 13.7. Phil McQuilling 12.5. Phil McQuilling 12.9. Gabe 21.8. Phil McQuilling 13.1. Gabe 13.9. Phil McQuilling 12.9. Gabe 14.8. Mike Sharp. Mike Sharp 15.2. Mike Sharp 13.5. Gabe 231.4. Gabe 15.3. Mike Sharp 27.2. Gabe 17.6. Mike Sharp 13.1. Gabe 13.7. Gabe 15.5. Mike Sharp 25.5. Gabe 15-5, John Bayer lean. Mike Sharp 25.3. John Bayer lean 13-9. Gabe 15-9. Mike Sharp 12-8. Gabe 14-5. Brian Greenwell. John Bayer lean 21 flat. Mike Sharp 18-6. Gabe 13-8. John Bayer lean 14-2. Mike Sharp 12-9. Brian Greenwell 21.1. Gabe 14 flat. John Bayer lean 12-7. Mike Sharp 12-6. Gabe 13-5. John Bayer lean 13 flat. Brian Greenwell 22.8. Gabe 14 flat. John Bayer lean 13-6. Mike Sharp 25.9. Brian Greenwell 17-5. Gabe 14-3. John Bayer lean 12-5. Mike Sharp 12-9. Brian Greenwell 15-9. John Bayer lean 12-7. Mike Sharp 13-7. Brian Greenwell 15-4. John Bayer lean 12-7. Gabe 28.4. Mike Sharp 13-2. John Bayer lean 13-8. Gabe 13-9. Brian Greenwell 16-8. Mike Sharp 12-8. John Bayer lean 12-5. Gabe 14-6. Mike Sharp 12-9. Brian Greenwell 15-5.
Watch the end of the street. Watch the end of the
John Bayer
street.
lean 13-4.
Thank you.
Gabe 16-6. Mike Sharp 22.2. John Bayer lean 14-5. Gabe 16-5. Brian Greenwell 33.9. John
Sign
Bayer
up,
lean
sign up,
13-2.
sign up if you have it.
Brandon Vandewater 15-5. Gabe 14-4. John Bayer lean 13-2. Brandon Vandewater 14 flat. Mike Sharp 36.2. Gabe 14-4. John Bayer lean 12-9. Brandon Vandewater 13-4. Mike Sharp 13-2. Gabe 13-5. John Bayer lean 12-6. Brandon Vandewater 13-6. Mike Sharp 13 flat. John Bayer lean 13-5. Gabe 15-4. Brandon Vandewater 13-6. John Bayer lean 12-6. Gabe 14-3. John Bayer lean 15-1. Brandon Vandewater 22.9. Mike Sharp 33.4. John Bayer lean 12-4. Mike Sharp 13-9. Brandon Vandewater 14-6. Mike Sharp 12-5. Brandon Van Water 12-7. John Bayerlein 18-4. Mike Sharp 13-3. John Bayerlein 21.1. Mike Sharp 13 flat. John Bayerlein 13-9. Mike Sharp 12-6. Scott Naircorn. Mike Sharp 12-9. John Bayerlein 15-5.
Move down on the driver's stand.
Scott Naircorn 15-2.
Move down on the driver's stand. You can't see this side of the
John
track.
Bayerlein 12-7.
Every person that I said to move down when they cut this in early are better on this side of the stand.
John Bayerlein 13-1. Scott Naircorn 29.1. Mike Sharp 38.2. John Bayerlein 12-8. Scott Naircorn 12-9.
I can't drive on that side.
Mike Sharp 14-2.
I can see this side. It's that other side.
John Bayerlein 14-2. Mike Sharp 12-8. John Bayerlein 12-6. Scott Naircorn 21.2. Mike Sharp 13-3. John Bayerlein 12-4. Robert Smith. Scott Naircorn 20.1. John Bayerlein 12-5. Mike Sharp 14-9. Robert Smith 12-2. John Bayerlein 12-8. Mike Sharp 13 flat. Robert Smith 13 flat. Robert Smith 12 flat. Rob Becker. Mike Sharp 18-5. Robert Smith 12 flat. Mike Sharp 12-9. Rob Becker 15-5. Robert Smith 12-4. Mike Sharp 13-9. Mike Sharp 13-5. Robert Smith 21.7. Robert Smith 153.2. Robert Smith 12 flat. Robert Smith 11-7. Robert Smith 11-9. Robert Smith 13-6. Robert Smith 41.2. Robert Smith 12-7. Robert Smith 11-7. Robert Smith 11-9. Scott Naircorn 522.8. Robert Smith 12-3. Scott Naircorn 13-3. Gabe. Robert Smith 11-7. Gabe 14-2. Robert Smith 11-8. Scott Naircorn 17-2. Connor Hawkins. Scott Naircorn 12-2. Robert Smith 12-7. Gabe 15-4. Connor Hawkins 13 flat. Brandon Vandewater. Scott Naircorn 12 flat. Robert Smith 12-2. Gabe 14-1. Connor Hawkins 11-9. Robert Smith 11-6. Scott Naircorn 14-2. Connor Hawkins 11-9. Gabe 14-9. Brandon Vandewater 24.9. Scott Naircorn 12-4. Connor Hawkins 11-7. Brandon Vandewater 14-1. Gabe 17-4. Scott Naircorn 11-9. Connor Hawkins 14 flat. Brandon Vandewater 13-1. Scott Naircorn 12-1. Gabe 14-1. Connor Hawkins 11-6. Connor Hawkins 13-5. Scott Naircorn 17-6. Connor Hawkins 11-8. Gabe 31.9. Scott Naircorn 17-5. Connor Hawkins 12-6. Gabe 14-1. Scott Naircorn 11-7. Justin Yelverton. Gabe 13-2. Scott Naircorn 13-5. Justin Yelverton 20 flat. Gabe 13-2. Scott Naircorn 12-5. Brandon Vandewater 117.8. Scott Naircorn 12-6. Brandon Vandewater 13-1. Justin Yelverton 18-4. Gabe 18 flat. Scott Naircorn 12-9. Gabe 16-4. Justin Yelverton 19-2. Robert Smith 228.8. Scott Naircorn 12-2. Brandon Vandewater 26.6. Gabe 13-5. Robert Smith 11-8. Scott Naircorn 11-8. Justin Yelverton 15-2. Brandon Vandewater 12-9. Robert Smith 11-4. Scott Naircorn 14-7. Justin Yelverton 14-1. Connor Hawkins 137.2. Robert Smith 11-6. Brian Greenwell 20 flat. Scott Naircorn 12-7. Connor Hawkins 12-4. Justin Yelverton 22.1. Scott Naircorn 12-1. Connor Hawkins 16-2. Brian Greenwell 22.6. Robert Smith 24.1. Brandon Vandewater 41.7. Scott Naircorn 12-1. Justin Yelverton 16-5. Connor Hawkins 11-8. Brandon Vandewater 14-7. Brian Greenwell 21.6. Scott Naircorn 16-2. Connor Hawkins 12-1. Justin Yelverton 15-2. Brandon Vandewater 13-5. Connor Hawkins 11-8. Scott Naircorn 13-8. Justin Yelverton 15-7. Brandon Vandewater 12-8. Brian Greenwell 23 flat. Connor Hawkins 11-4. Robert Smith 46.3. Justin Yelverton 15-3. Brandon Vandewater 13-4. Connor Hawkins 12-9. Robert Smith 12-9. Brandon Vandewater 13-1. Connor Hawkins 11-9. Justin Yelverton 17-5. Robert Smith 12-4. Brandon Vandewater 12-7. Connor Hawkins 11-8. Justin Yelverton 15 flat. Robert Smith 17-2. Brandon Vandewater 12-6. Robert Smith 12 flat. Justin Yelverton 16-7. Brandon Vandewater 13-5. Robert Smith 12 flat. Brandon Vandewater 12-7. Brian Greenwell 119.9. Robert Smith 11-5. Justin Yelverton 30.3. Robert Smith 11-7. Brandon Vandewater 16-9. Brian Greenwell 18-4. Justin Yelverton 14-7. Robert Smith 12-2. Brandon Vandewater 13-3. Robert Smith 11-8. Brian Greenwell 19-9. Brandon Vandewater 13 flat. Justin Yelverton 16-3. Gabe 335.2. Robert Smith 11-7. Justin Yelverton 14-7. Brandon Vandewater 15-8. Brian Greenwell 19-7. Gabe 16-3. Justin Yelverton 14-1. Brandon Vandewater 14-1. Brian Greenwell 18-7. Gabe 18-7. Justin Yelverton 13-6. Gabe 17-5. Brian Greenwell 20.5. Justin Yelverton 15 flat. Brian Greenwell 14-8. Justin Yelverton 16-6. Gabe 20.7. Brian Greenwell 15-3. Justin Yelverton 14 flat. Gabe 13-9. Brandon Vandewater 109.2. Justin Yelverton 13-9. Brian Greenwell 15-7. Brandon Vandewater 13 flat. Justin Yelverton 13-9. Brandon Vandewater 13-9. Justin Yelverton 13-9. Brian Greenwell 30.1. Brandon Vandewater 13-1. Justin Yelverton 15-2. Gabe 57.1. Brian Greenwell 15-5. Brandon Vandewater 14-6. Justin Yelverton 15 flat. Gabe 14-4. Brian Greenwell 15-4. Brandon Vandewater 15-2. Justin Yelverton 13-8. Brian Greenwell 17-8. Brandon Vandewater 14 flat. Justin Yelverton 13-8. Brandon Vandewater 15-1. Brian Greenwell 16 flat. Justin Yelverton 22 flat. Brandon Vandewater 13-3. Brian Greenwell 16-7. Brandon Vandewater 13-2. Justin Yelverton 14-8. Gabe 105.6. Brian Greenwell 20 flat. Brandon Vandewater 12-9. Justin Yelverton 14-6. Gabe 16-4. Brandon Vandewater 12-7. Brian Greenwell 16-6. Gabe 14-3. Justin Yelverton 18-3. Brandon Vandewater 13-2. Brian Greenwell 16-5. Justin Yelverton 14-4. Gabe 16-3. Robert Smith 427.5. Brian Greenwell 19-3. Gabe 14 flat. Justin Yelverton 26.4. Robert Smith 26.3. Gabe 15-8. Brian Greenwell 24.2. Robert Smith 12-3. Justin Yelverton 16-2. Gabe 17-9. Robert Smith 12-3. Brian Greenwell 15-8. Justin Yelverton 15-7. Gabe 14-2. Robert Smith 11-6. Justin Yelverton 15-3. Robert Smith 12-2. Gabe 15 flat. Justin Yelverton 14-6. Robert Smith 12 flat. Gabe 13-4. Robert Smith 13 flat. Justin Yelverton 15-3. Gabe 13-3. Robert Smith 13-4. Justin Yelverton 13-7. Gabe 13-6. Robert Smith 11-8. Justin Yelverton 13-6. Gabe 14 flat. Dustin Kendrick. Robert Smith 12 flat. Justin Yelverton 13-9. Gabe 13-3. Robert Smith 11-6. Dustin Kendrick 17-1. Gabe 14-6. Robert Smith 11-7. Dustin Kendrick 12-5. Robert Smith 11-8. Dustin Kendrick 11-8. Gabe 24.2. Dustin Kendrick 11-4. Gabe 13-2. Gabe 14 flat. Robert Smith 43.7. Gabe 14-4. Dustin Kendrick 43.8. Robert Smith 13-3. Dustin Kendrick 11-7. Robert Smith 13 flat. Dustin Kendrick 11-5. Robert Smith 13-9. Dustin Kendrick 11-7. Robert Smith 12-2. Dustin Kendrick 11-7. Robert Smith 12-1. Dustin Kendrick 13-4. Dustin Kendrick 11-7. Robert Smith 23 flat. Bill McQuilling. Phil McQuilling 17-1. Robert Smith 56.3. Phil McQuilling 13-6. Robert Smith 11-3. Robert Smith 11-5. Phil McQuilling 14-6. Robert Smith 11-2. Phil McQuilling 13-7. Robert Smith 11-3. Phil McQuilling 13-9. Robert Smith 11-6. Phil McQuilling 18-1. Phil McQuilling 14-3. Phil McQuilling 13-6. Phil McQuilling 13-1. Phil McQuilling 12-9. Phil McQuilling 13-1. Mike Sharp. Phil McQuilling 12-8. Phil McQuilling 13-5. Phil McQuilling 12-9. Mike Sharp 39.4. Phil McQuilling 14-1. Phil McQuilling 12-7. Mike Sharp 51.2. Mike Sharp 22.6. Mike Sharp 58.6. Brandon Van de Water. Mike Sharp 14.2. Mike Sharp 17.6. Brandon Van de Water 22.2. Mike Sharp 12.5. Brandon Van de Water
Josh, you want to run stadium? Don't break it.
Brian Greenwell 19.2. Mike Sharp 12.8. Brandon Van de Water 13.5. Brian Greenwell 18.3. Mike Sharp 16.5. Brandon Van de Water 13.3. Brandon Van de Water 13.8. Brian Greenwell 21.2. Brandon Van de Water 19.4. Brian Greenwell 16.7. Mike Sharp 47.2. Brandon Van de Water 14.3.
Joey C still here?
Mike Sharp 12.6. Brandon Van de Water 13.7. Brian Greenwell 31.6. Mike Sharp 12.4. Robert Smith. Brandon Van de Water 15 flat. Brian Greenwell 19.6. Robert Smith 15.9. Robert Smith 14 flat. Mike Sharp 34.5. Brandon Van de Water 29.6. Brian Greenwell 23.5. Robert Smith 11.7. Mike Sharp 13.5. Brandon Van de Water 19.2. Robert Smith 11.7. Brian Greenwell 23.3. Robert Smith 11.9. Mike Sharp 26.7. Brandon Van de Water 21.9. Robert Smith 11.7. Justin Yelverton. Brandon Van de Water 13.4. Mike Sharp 15.1. Robert Smith 11.5. Justin Yelverton 16.2. Brian Greenwell 40.1. Brandon Van de Water 12.8. Mike Sharp 13.2. Robert Smith 11.9. Justin Yelverton 14.4. Brandon Van de Water 13.4. Robert Smith 12.3. Mike Sharp 17.1. Brian Greenwell 22.5. Justin Yelverton 14.6. Brandon Van de Water 12.8. Robert Smith 11.8. Mike Sharp 12.6. Robert Smith 11.8. Brian Greenwell 18.4. Justin Yelverton 15.9. Mike Sharp 12.9. Robert Smith 11.7. Brandon Vandewater 25.4. Justin Yelverton 14 flat. Mike Sharp 12.8. Robert Smith 11.6. Brandon Vandewater 13.4. Bill McQuillan. Mike Sharp 13.9. Robert Smith 12.2. Brandon Vandewater 13.7. Bill McQuillan 13.5. Mike Sharp 14.7. Robert Smith 12.1. Brandon Vandewater 13.4. Bill McQuillan 13 flat. Robert Smith 11.4. Brandon Vandewater 12.9. Bill McQuillan 13.2. Mike Sharp 22.3. Robert Smith 11.8. Brandon Vandewater 12.9. Mike Sharp 12.8. Bill McQuillan 13.7. Robert Smith 11.8.
One second.
Bill McQuillan 16.8. Brandon Vandewater 20 flat. Mike Sharp 23.8. Bill McQuillan 13.6. Brandon Vandewater 13 flat. Mike Sharp 13.1. Bill McQuillan 12.6. Brandon Vandewater 22 flat. Bill McQuillan 13.8. Mike Sharp 32.6. Mike Sharp 13 flat. Bill McQuillan 13.3. Brandon Vandewater 13 flat. Mike Sharp 12.9. Bill McQuillan 12.6. Brandon Vandewater 12.6. Mike Sharp 12.5. Bill McQuillan 12.8. Brandon Vandewater 12.6. Mike Sharp 13.2. Bill McQuillan 12.8. Brandon Vandewater 21.4. Mike Sharp 12.7. Bill McQuillan 12.6. Brandon Vandewater 12.9. Bill McQuillan 12.7. Mike Sharp 14.3. Brandon Vandewater 12.8. Bill McQuillan 12.7. Brandon Vandewater 12.6. Mike Sharp 31.4.
All right, 5-minute warning, 5-minute warning. 11:45, we are going to start. All right, race one. Four-wheel drive buggy.
Chris Foster. Chris Foster 13-8.
Give Scott another vote. Does that thing have bright light in the front? You got bright light, Scott? That thing off the ground in the front? Is it off the ground in the front? All right. On a tone. That'd be you, Scott. All right, everybody wants to hit the roller first. All right, on the tone. Brianna, John, and Foster.
First. First. Dirt. Dirt. First. Second. Second. Fourth. First. Second. After 45 seconds, the top drivers are Scott Naircorn, with a 25-lap 5:06.2 pace with 3 laps, John Bayerly, with a 24-lap 5:03 flat pace with 3 laps, and Chris Foster, with a 24-lap 5:04.3 pace with 2 laps. Second. First. Fourth. Third. Second.
Foster's on bicycle,
First.
putting it back down on all fours. Watch straight, inside on the straight.
Second.
Clear.
Fourth.
Scott out front, 25, 504.
Third.
getting in the groove.
Second.
Those oils must work.
First. Fourth. After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Scott Naircorn, with a 25 lap 503.2 pace with 7 laps, Chris Foster, with a 25 lap 507.2 pace with 6 laps, and John Bayerlein, with a 24 lap 504.3 pace with 6 laps. Third. Second. Second. Fourth. First. Third. Second. Fourth. First. Third. Second. First. Third. Fourth. Second. After 2 minutes 16 seconds, the top drivers are Chris Foster, with a 25 lap 503.7 pace with 10 laps, Scott Naircorn, with a 25 lap 505.3 pace with 11 laps, and John Bayerlein, with a 24 lap 501.5 pace with 10 laps.
Brianna,
First.
19508.
Third. Second. Fourth. First. Third. Second.
Watch the end of the straight.
First.
Inside, inside, inside. Inside, inside, inside.
First. Third. 2 minutes left. After 3 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Chris Foster, with a 25 lap 502.2 pace with 14 laps, Scott Naircorn, with a 25 lap 502.3 pace with 14 laps, and John Bayerlein, with a 25 lap 510.2 pace with 14 laps. First. Fourth. Second. Third. First. Fourth. Second. Third. First. Fourth. Second. Third. After 3 minutes 47 seconds, the top drivers are Scott Naircorn, with a 25 lap 502.8 pace with 17 laps, Chris Foster, with a 25 lap 508 flat pace with 17 laps, and John Bayerlein, with a 24 lap 502.5 pace with 17 laps. Fourth. Second. Second. First. Third. Second. First. Second. Third. First. Second. Third. After 4 minutes 32 seconds, the top drivers are Chris Foster, with a 25 lap 507.2 pace with 21 laps, John Bayerlein, with a 24 lap 501 flat pace with 21 laps, and Brianna Bayerlein, with a 20 lap 513.3 pace with 17 laps. First. Second. Third. First. Second. Third.
There's the turn. Keep going till I call your name.
First. Second. Brianna Bayerlein done with a 20 lap 507.8 result.
Brianna, you're
First,
done.
Chris
Foster,
Foster
you're
done
done.
with a 25
John, you're
lap
done.
507 flat result. All drivers are finished. Second, John Bayerlein done with a 25 lap 511.6 result. The race is completed.
Volunteers, we greatly appreciate it. I'm gonna jump out there. You are the leader. Please announce yourself, because I will not be race directing. I'll be marshaling. Mine shakes too, Joey. Mine got the jits too. Wow. That's a good screw. Okay. Looking for Justin. There he is. Volunteer marshals. Anybody in the pits? I could use you. I'm gonna let these guys go and I'm gonna run out there. Alright, like I said, just call. I'll be running out there. Alright, listen to your name. On the turn's gonna be Brandon. Phil. Connor. Robert. Gabe. Mike. Brian. Justin. And Joey.
First. Second. First. Fourth. Second. Fifth. Seventh. Seventh. Eighth. Third. First. Third. Fifth. Sixth. First. Second. Seventh. Ninth. After 45 seconds, the top drivers are Robert Smith, with a 25 lap 5:0.4 pace with 3 laps, Phil McQuilling, with a 23 lap 5:09.7 pace with 3 laps, and Brandon Vandewater, with a 22 lap 5:01 flat pace with 2 laps. 4th. 7th. 4th. 9th. 1st. 2nd. 7th. 3rd. 5th. 8th. 1st. 9th. 6th. 2nd. 3rd. 4th. 8th. 1st. 6th. 4th. 2nd. 3rd. 4th. 8th. 9th. 1st. 6th. After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Robert Smith, with a 26 lap 5:07.8 pace with 7 laps, Phil McQuilling, with a 23 lap 5:04.1 pace with 6 laps, and Connor Hawkins, with a 23 lap 5:05.5 pace with 6 laps. 6th. 4th. 2nd. 2nd. 4th. 9th. 1st. 8th. 6th. 5th. 3rd. 2nd. 7th. 4th. 1st. 9th. 6th. 8th. 5th. 2nd. 3rd. 1st. 7th. 4th. 6th. 8th. 4th. 2nd. After 2 minutes 16 seconds, the top drivers are Robert Smith, with a 26 lap 5:09 flat pace with 10 laps, Connor Hawkins, with a 24 lap 5:11.4 pace with 10 laps, and Phil McQuilling, with a 23 lap 5:03.2 pace with 9 laps. 3rd. 1st. 7th. 4th. 6th. 2nd. 4th. 3rd. 1st. 8th. 7th. 5th. 6th. 2nd. 4th. 1st. 3rd. 8th. 5th. 6th. 2nd. 7th. 4th. 2 minutes left. 9th. 1st. After 3 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Robert Smith, with a 25 lap 5:11.6 pace with 14 laps, Connor Hawkins, with a 24 lap 5:08.3 pace with 13 laps, and Phil McQuilling, with a 23 lap 5:03.1 pace with 12 laps. 3rd, 5th, 8th, 2nd, 4th, 6th, 7th, 9th, 1st, 3rd, 5th, 8th, 2nd, 5th, 9th, 7th, 1st, 6th, 3rd, 4th, 8th, 2nd, 9th, 1st, 7th, 5th, 6th, 3rd, 4th, 2nd. After 3 minutes 46 seconds, the top drivers are Robert Smith, with a 25 lap 5:08.9 pace with 17 laps, Connor Hawkins 1 minute left with a 24 lap 5:11.1 pace with 17 laps, and Phil McQuilling, with a 23 lap 5:11.8 pace with 16 laps. 8th, 1st, 5th, 6th, 3rd, 7th, 4th, 1st, 2nd, 5th, 6th, 3rd, 8th, 9th, 4th, 2nd, 1st, 7th, 6th, 3rd, 5th, 9th, 4th, 8th, 2nd, 1st. After 4 minutes 32 seconds, the top drivers are Robert Smith, with a 24 lap 5:0.5 pace with 21 laps, Connor Hawkins, with a 23 lap 5:0.6 pace with 20 laps, and Phil McQuilling, with a 23 lap 5:09.7 pace with 19 laps. 3rd, 5th, 9th, 6th, 4th, 8th, 2nd, 1st, 8th, 3rd, 5th, 6th, 4th, 1st, 7th, 9th, 2nd, 8th, 3rd, 5th, 4th, 1st, 6th. 2nd Connor Hawkins done with a 23 lap 5:02.7 result. 9th. 7th Brian Greenwell done with a 18 lap 5:0.7 result. 7th. 3rd Phil McQuilling done with a 23 lap 5:08.5 result. 5th Brandon Vandewater done with a 22 lap 5:12.1 result. 1st Robert Smith done with a 25 lap 5:10 flat result. 4th Mike Sharp done with a 22 lap 5:08.6 result. 6th Gabe done with a 21 lap 5:16.1 result. 9th Joey C done with a 15 lap 5:12.5 result. All drivers are finished. 7th Justin Yelverton done with a 19 lap 5:16.5 result. The race is completed. Marshals are, Car 1 Brandon Vandewater, Car 2 Phil McQuilling, Car 3 Connor Hawkins, Car 4 Robert Smith, Car 5 Gabe, Car 6 Mike Sharp, Car 7 Brian Greenwell, Car 8 Justin Yelverton, Car 9 Joey C.
All right. We got them all checked in. Kamada on the tone. Smooth as fast. Fast as smooth. All right. On the tone. Brandon. Gabe, and Brian.
First. Second. Second.
Ooh, too much.
Fourth. Third. Second. Second. Fourth. After 45 seconds, the top drivers are Gabe, with a 22-lap 5:08.4
Gabe
pace
leading the
with
way,
2
Josh.
laps,
Brandon
Vandewater
fighting back and
with a
forth in that
20-lap
number 2 spot.
5:0.4 pace with 2 laps, and Josh Premata, with a 20-lap 5:09.3 pace with 2 laps.
Josh now going to take the lead.
Second. First. First. Fourth. Third. Third. First. Fourth. Second. Third. First. After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Josh Premata, with a 22-lap 5:04.6 pace with 6 laps, Gabe, with a 20-lap 5:0.1 pace with 5 laps, and Brandon
Oh, he's going
Vandewater,
right over top
with a
of him.
20-lap 5:06.1 pace with 5 laps. Third. Fourth.
Oh,
First. Third. Second. First. Third. Fourth. Second. First. Third.
Gabe, apparently, if I'm listening to rhythm correctly, that Kyosho RB 7.5
After
is
2
the
minutes
hot.
16 seconds, the top drivers are Josh Premata.
Kyosho might be
with a
making a
23
comeback.
lap
Watch the end of the
5:02.1
straight.
pace
Watch the
with
end of the
9
straight.
laps, Brandon Vandewater, with a 21 lap 5:07.3 pace with 8 laps, and Gabe, with a 20 lap 5:07.5 pace with 8 laps. Fourth. Second. First. Third. First. Fourth. Third. Second.
Oh, Gabe going for a kickflip. I love the attempt, but did not stick the landing.
Second.
That was a human that would have been an Achilles.
Fourth. 2 minutes left. After 3 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Josh Premata, with a 22-lap
I gotta make the
5:02.3
Hope
pace with
Simpson
13
sound
laps,
come up on
Brandon Vandewater, with a 20-lap 5:05.1 pace with 11 laps, and Gabe, with a 20-lap 5:09.5 pace with 11 laps. Second. Third. First. Fourth. Second. First. Third. Fourth. Second. First. Third. After 3 minutes 46 seconds, the top drivers are Josh Premata, with a 23-lap 5:11.9 pace with 16 laps, Brandon Vandewater, with a 20-lap 5:03.9 pace with 14 laps, and Gabe, with a 20-lap 5:07.4 pace with 14 laps. Fourth. Second. First. Third. Second. First. Third. Fourth. Second. First. Third.
30 seconds, Josh up front, 23, 507, Brandon 21, 507,
After 4
Gabe
minutes
20,
32
503.
seconds, the top drivers are Josh Premata, with a 23-lap 5:07.9 pace with 19 laps, Brandon Vandewater, with a 21-lap 5:07.6 pace with 18 laps, and Gabe, with a 20-lap 5:03 flat pace with
Josh, I
17
would
laps.
definitely go back to natural
First.
state, unless you're going to be putting a shock tower on it.
Fourth. First. Third.
Doing good, hold it together.
First, Josh Cremata done with a 22
And
lap
up the
5,
tone, Josh,
0.7 result.
22.5 flat.
Third. Fourth, Brian Greenwell done with a 16 lap 5:01.1 result. Second, Brandon Vandewater done with a 21 lap 5:04.8 result. All drivers are finished. Third, Gabe done with a 21 lap 5:12.5 result.
Oh my God. Foster, come here real quick. You think we got some shit going on?
The race is completed. Robert Smith. Robert Smith 11-6. Robert Smith 11-4. Robert Smith 38.4. Dustin Kendrick. Dustin Kendrick 13-1. Robert Smith 47 flat. Robert Smith 19-5. Dustin Kendrick 22 flat. Robert Smith 11-5. Dustin Kendrick 11-6. Robert Smith 33 flat. Mike Sharp. Dustin Kendrick 129. Brianna Fairley. Dustin Kendrick 13-2. Brianna Bayerlein 15-7. Dustin Kendrick 11-9. Mike Sharp 57.4. Brianna Bayerlein 13-4. Mike Sharp 13-4. Brianna Bayerlein 15 flat. Dustin Kendrick 26.9. Brianna Bayerlein 13-6. Dustin Kendrick 17-5. Dustin Kendrick 18-2. Mike Sharp 55.6. Mike Sharp 18-7. Dustin Kendrick 34.2. Mike Sharp 13-5. Mike Sharp 13-5. Dustin Kendrick 25.9. Mike Sharp 12-9. Mike Sharp 13 flat. Robert Smith 358.1. Dustin Kendrick 35.1. Robert Smith 18-3. Dustin Kendrick 16-7. Robert Smith 12-4. Dustin Kendrick 17-7. Robert Smith 11-8. Justin Yelverton. Robert Smith 11-5. Justin Yelverton 15-2. Dustin Kendrick 23.9. Robert Smith 11-5. Justin Yelverton 14-1. Mike Sharp 128.2. Robert Smith 12-8. Dustin Kendrick 21.6. Justin Yelverton 13-9. Mike Sharp 12-8. Robert Smith 11-5. Robert Smith 11-7. Justin Yelverton 18 flat. Dustin Kendrick 27.2. Mike Sharp 21.1. Robert Smith 11-7. Justin Yelverton 15-5. Mike Sharp 14 flat. Dustin Kendrick 15-7. Justin Yelverton 15-3. Mike Sharp 12-9. Robert Smith 35.2. Mike Sharp 13 flat. Justin Yelverton 15-2. Dustin Kendrick 26 flat. Robert Smith 11-6. Mike Sharp 12-9. Justin Yelverton 13-7. Dustin Kendrick 15-3. Robert Smith 12-7. Mike Sharp 12-9. Justin Yelverton 14-5. Dustin Kendrick 16 flat. Robert Smith 11-6. Mike Sharp 12-5. Justin Yelverton 13-5. Dustin Kendrick 18-5. Mike Sharp 14-1. Connor Hawkins. Justin Yelverton 15.6. Robert Smith 24.5. Dustin Kendrick 15.5. Mike Sharp 14.6. Connor Hawkins 12.9. Robert Smith 15.5. Connor Hawkins 11.8. Mike Sharp 13.4. Justin Yelverton 22.5. Dustin Kendrick 16.1. Robert Smith 13.6. Connor Hawkins 12.3. Mike Sharp 13.2. Justin Yelverton 15.1. Robert Smith 11.6. Connor Hawkins 12 flat. Dustin Kendrick 21.4. Mike Sharp 13.1. Justin Yelverton 14 flat. Robert Smith 11.5. Robert Smith 12.1. Justin Yelverton 18.1. Robert Smith 11.6. Robert Smith 17.2. Justin Yelverton 30.9. Robert Smith 11.5. Dustin Kendrick 0.1. Justin Yelverton 14.5. Robert Smith 11.5. Dustin Kendrick 18 flat. Robert Smith 30.6. Dustin Kendrick 23.9. Robert Smith 12 flat. Robert Smith 12 flat. Robert Smith 11.7. Robert Smith 11.9. Dustin Kendrick 47.6. Robert Smith 11.4. Dustin Kendrick 11.6. Robert Smith 11.3. Dustin Kendrick 11.6. Robert Smith 11.7. Dustin Kendrick 11.5. Scott Naircorn. Scott Naircorn 12-6. Scott Naircorn 12-4. Scott Naircorn 49.5. Scott Naircorn 12-5. Scott Naircorn 11-6. Scott Naircorn 12 flat. Scott Naircorn 11-6. Scott Naircorn 11-8. Scott Naircorn 11-9. Scott Naircorn 11-9. Scott Naircorn 11-3. Rob Becker. Scott Naircorn 11-6. Rob Becker 16-6. Rob Becker 15-6. Rob Becker 13 flat. Rob Becker 12-5. Rob Becker 13-4. Rob Becker 12-6. Rob Becker 13-1. Rob Becker 12-6. Rob Becker 12-5. Rob Becker 12-6. Rob Becker 12-9. Rob Becker 12-5. Rob Becker 12-7. Rob Becker 12-7. Rob Becker 12-4. Rob Becker 12-2. Rob Becker 12-4. Rob Becker 14-9. Rob Becker 17-9. Rob Becker 13-4. Rob Becker 12-6. Rob Becker 20.4. Rob Becker 12-4. Rob Becker 12-7. Rob Becker 12-8. Becker 27.9. Rob Becker 12-7. Rob Becker 12-5. Rob Becker 14-5. Rob Becker 12-8. Rob Becker 12-8.
All right, pit check. It seems like everybody's quiet back there. It must be eating. You guys ready? Ready to go? All right. Now I hear a couple minutes. All right. All right, we ready now? Oh, yeah.
Currently up, race number 1. 2WD Buggy 17.5T. Heat 1 of 2. Race order is: Car 1 Gabe. Car 2 Justin Yelverton. Car 3 Brian Greenwell. Car 4 Joey C. Marshals are: Car 1 Josh Premada. Car 2 Brandon Vandewater. Car 3 Gabe. Car 4 Brian Greenwell.
All right, marshals. You're sitting in the pits. I need you on the track. There's about 8 of you here. All right, gonna start it. On the tone. Justin. Brian. Joey C. Down here, Mike.
First.
Oh, there's nobody over there? I'm sorry, I thought he was sitting there marshalling.
Second. First.
Inside on the back straight.
Second. Fourth. First. Second. First. After 45 seconds, the top drivers are Joey C. with a 25 lap 508.3 pace with 3 laps, Gabe with a 22 lap 507.5 pace with 3 laps, and Justin Yelverton with a 21 lap 513.1 pace with 1 lap. Fourth. Second. First. Third. Second. First. Third. Fourth. Second. After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Joey C. with a 22 lap 505.4 pace with 5 laps, Gabe with a 22 lap 511.4 pace with 6 laps, and Brian Greenwell with a 17 lap 512.3 pace with 4 laps. Second. Third. Fourth. Second. First. Third. Fourth.
Joey C, 22.511, Gabe, 22.512, Justin,
First.
18.515, and Brian, 17.506, 250 remaining.
Second. Fourth. First. After 2 minutes 16 seconds, the top drivers are Joey C. with a 22 lap 503.3 pace with 9 laps, Gabe with a 21 lap 50.3 pace with 9 laps, and Justin Yelverton with an 18 lap 506.9 pace with 7 laps. Third. First. Second. Fourth. Third. First. Second. Fourth. First. Third. Second. 2 minutes left. After 3 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Joey C. with a 23 lap 506.6 pace with 12 laps, Gabe with a 21 lap 506.9 pace with 12 laps, and Justin Yelverton with a 19 lap 513.4 pace with 10 laps. Fourth, third, first, second,
Is it a
first,
slit this big?
third,
Yeah.
second, fourth, first.
No idea.
Could be at 997
Third.
next week.
ERP or trains and lanes.
It is 997, guys.
Fourth, first, second. After 3 minutes 46 seconds, the top drivers are Joey C. with a 23 lap 508.3 pace with 16 laps, Gabe with a 21 lap 509.8 pace with 15 laps, and Justin Yelverton with a 19 lap 510.4 pace with 15 laps. Third, first, second, fourth, third,
Most likely
First.
slick tires.
second,
Slick tires all the way around.
Also, too?
first, fourth, third, second, After 4 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Joey C. with a 23 lap 505.2 pace with 19 laps, Gabe with a 21 lap 506 flat pace with 18 laps, and Justin Yelverton with a 19 lap 506.6 pace with 16 laps. First, third, fourth, second, first, second, third, first, fourth,
Same grip level as the stud.
second Gabe done with a 21 lap 503.6 result. First Joey C done with a 23 lap 5.0.2 result. Third Justin Yelverton done with a 19 lap 506.1 result. All drivers are finished. Fourth Brian Greenwell done with a 17 lap 510.8 result.
I want to try to make it to where everybody can race, so it's not a dollar game, you know what I mean? So, you got slick tires, all them shits up and run, okay?
Yeah. Who makes the slicks? Tires.
So it's gonna be a J Concept Smoothie 3-0. They're low profile, so it's not a big sidewall. So they're low, not all the tipping. So it's gonna be good.
So J Concepts.
Yep.
All right. I'll look into that.
So I got a set of greens right now because I'm gonna be doing testing, so I want to make sure we're good before we just
Right,
go
right.
into it.
Oh, I get it. Yeah. I'm down with that. I'll have to spend my tires every 2 weeks.
Right. Try to make it easier on everybody, you know?
Right. Spend enough money, you know what I mean?
The race is completed. Currently on race number 2.
Marshall's out 2
2 WD
positions.
buggy 17.5T.
Volunteers if we have
Race
them, that's
order is
appreciative.
Car 1 Robert Smith. Car 2 Connor Hawkins. Car 3 Phil McQuilling. Car 4 Mike Sharp. Car 5 Brandon Bentwater.
All right, I got my drivers, got my marshals. Josh, number 3, where that steps at. Hear that, go in the corner. Rob on the toe. Connor. Phil. Mr. Sharp. And Brandon.
First. Second. Third. Fourth. Third. First. First. Fourth. Fourth. Third. First. First. Fourth. After 45 seconds, the top drivers are Connor Hawkins, with a 25-lap 5:08.8 pace with 3 laps, Robert Smith, with a 25-lap 5:11.3 pace with 3 laps, and Brandon Vandewater, with a 24-lap 5:13 flat pace with 2 laps. Third. First. Fifth. First. Third. Fourth. First. Second. Fifth. Third. Fourth. Second. Second. Fifth. Third. Fourth. Second. After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Connor Hawkins, with a 25-lap 5:05.2 pace with 6 laps, Robert Smith, with a 24-lap 5:04.1 pace with 7 laps, and Phil McQuilling, with a 23-lap 5:0.7 pace with 6 laps. Fifth. Second. Third. Fourth. Fifth. First. Second. Third. Fourth. First. Fifth. Fourth. Second. Third. First. Fifth. Third. Second. After 2 minutes 16 seconds, the top drivers are Connor Hawkins, with a 24-lap 5:10.7 pace with 10 laps, Phil McQuilling, with a 23-lap 5:01.5 pace with 10 laps, and Robert Smith. Fourth. First. Second. Third. Fifth. Fourth. First. Second. Third. Fifth. 2 minutes left. Second. After 3 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Connor Hawkins, with a 24-lap 5:03.7 pace with 14 laps, Robert Smith, with a 24-lap 5:06.7 pace with 14 laps, and Phil McQuilling, with a 23-lap 5:01 flat pace with
140
15
remaining.
laps.
Connor up front, 24.502.
Third.
Rob, 24.505. Phil,
First.
23.501.
Second.
Brandon, 23.506. And
Third.
Mike, 22.509.
Second. Fourth. Second. Third. Fifth. First. Second. Fourth. After 3 minutes 46 seconds, the top drivers are Connor Hawkins, with a 24-lap 5:05.5 pace with 17 laps, Robert Smith, with a 24-lap 5:11.8 pace with 17 laps, and Phil McQuilling, with a 23-lap 5:0.9 pace with 16 laps. Third. First. Second. Fourth. Fifth. Third. First. Second. Fourth. Fifth. Third. First. Second. Fourth. First. Fifth. Third.
30 seconds.
After 4 minutes 32 seconds, the top drivers are Connor Hawkins, with a 24-lap 5:0.8 pace with 21 laps, Robert Smith, with a 24-lap 5:11.4 pace with 20 laps, and Phil McQuilling, with a 23-lap 5:02.6 pace with 20 laps. Second. Fourth. First. Fifth. Third. Fourth. First.
Watch the end of the straight.
Third. Second, Phil McQuilling done with a 23 lap 5:02.3
Phil,
result.
you are done. Mike,
Sharp
you
done
are
with a
done.
21 lap 5:03.8
Look
result.
for Rob, Brandon,
All
and
drivers
Connor.
are finished. First, Connor Hawkins done with a 25 lap 5:12.1 result. Third, Brandon Vandewater done with a 23 lap 5:07.4 result.
Rob Smith, he broke.
The race is completed. Currently up, race number 3. 4WD Buggy 13.5T. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is: Car 1 Chris Foster. Car 2 John Bayerlein. Car 3 Brianna Bayerlein. Car 4 Scott Nayerkorn.
All right, I got my drivers. Where's my marshals at? Shouldn't have any back-to-back. There's somebody in the corner right here. All right. Hey, somebody at the center pole. Josh, where you at? All right, on the tune. John B. Brianna. And Scott. Go ahead, Scott. Center pole.
First. Second. Second. First. Third. Fourth. Second. First. Second. Fourth. Second. First. After 45 seconds, the top drivers are Scott Nayerkorn, with a 26 lap 5:06.5 pace with 3 laps, Brianna Bayerlein, with a 24 lap 5:08.8 pace with 3 laps, and Chris Foster, with a 24 lap 5:10.4 pace with 3 laps. Second. First.
And Brianna's
Third.
on a tear right
Fourth.
now.
Third.
Austin, you better get it
First.
together.
Second. Fourth.
She's at a 19 lap pace last round. She's on a 24. That's a drastic change.
First. Second. Fourth. After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Scott Nayerkorn, with a 26 lap 5:03.2 pace with 6 laps, Brianna Bayerlein, with a 24 lap 5:04 flat pace
Oh,
with 6
no.
laps, and Chris Foster, with a 24 lap 5:11 flat pace with 6 laps. Third. Second.
Watch the back straight. Watch the back
First.
straight. Inside, inside.
Third. Fourth. First. Fourth. First. Third. First. First. Fourth. First. Third. After 2 minutes 15 seconds, the top drivers are Scott Nayerkorn, with a 25 lap 5:11.7 pace with 10 laps, Chris Foster, with a 24 lap 5:0 flat pace with 10 laps, and John Bayerlein, with a 23 lap 5:0.6 pace with 10 laps. First. Fourth. Third. second, first, fourth, third, second, first, fourth, third, first, second, fourth. 2 minutes 3 minutes. The top drivers are Chris Foster, with a 25 lap 5:06.1 pace with 14 laps, Scott Mayercorn, with a 24 lap 5:01.8 pace with 13 laps, and John Bayerley, with a 24 lap 5:11.9 pace with 13 laps.
1:45 to go. Foster to the point. Scott, John B, and Brianna.
First, fourth, second, fourth, first, third, second, fourth, first. After 3 minutes 46 seconds, the top drivers are Chris Foster, with a 25 lap 5:06.3 pace with 18 laps, Scott Mayercorn, with a 24 lap 5:07.8 pace with 16 laps, and John Bayerley, with a 23 lap 5:03 lap pace with 16 laps. Second, third, first, second, third, fourth, first, second, third, first, fourth, third, second,
Watch the end of the straight.
first. After 4 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Chris Foster, with a 25 lap 5:06 flat pace with 22 laps, Scott Mayercorn, with a 24 lap 5:08.5
20 seconds left.
pace
Foster
with
still
20
leading
laps.
the way. 25.505. Looking to reset his own TQ. Scott 24.508. John B 23.503. And Brianna not too far behind him. 23.505.
Fourth, second, third, first, fourth, second. With John Bayerley done with a 23 lap 5:02.1 result. First, Chris Foster done with a 25 lap 5:04.9 result. Fourth, Brianna Bayerley done with a 23 lap 5:06.6 result. All drivers are finished. Second, Scott Mayercorn done with a 24 lap 5:10.7 result. The race is completed.
Be in the way if I'm standing by the pole. I'll be the pole plus the pole. You got that shit done yet? What's taking so long?
Taking too long. All right, looking for Brian. Where you at? Don't miss it. You missed it the last time. Where's your car at? On the bench, all right. All right. Josh on the toe. Brandon, Gabe, and Brian.
First. Third. Fourth. Second. First. Third. Fourth. First. After 45 seconds, the top drivers are Brandon Van de Water, with a 24-lap 5:07.5 pace with 3 laps, Josh Premata, with a 23-lap 5:11.5 pace with 2
Long way to
laps,
get around
and
gate,
Gabe,
Josh.
with a 22-lap 5:06.5 pace with 2 laps. Second, third, first, fourth, third, second, first, fourth, second, third, first, after 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Brandon Van de Water, with a 24-lap 5:11.3 pace with 6 laps, Gabe, with a 22-lap 5:13.5 pace with 5 laps, and Josh Premata, with a 20-lap 5:01.9 pace with 5 laps. Third, fourth, second, first, second, third, first, fourth, second, third, first, fourth. After 2 minutes 15 seconds, the top drivers are Brandon Van de Water, with a 22-lap 5:01.4 pace with 9 laps, Gabe, with a 21-lap 5:12 flat pace with 8 laps, and Josh Premata, with a 20-lap 5:06.2 pace with 8 laps. Second, first, third, second, fourth, first, third. Second, first, third, fourth. 2 minutes left. Second. After 3 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Brandon Van de Water, with a 22-lap 5:02.6 pace with 12 laps, Gabe, with a 21-lap 5:08 flat pace with 12 laps, and Josh Premata, with a 20-lap 5:10.6 pace with 11 laps. First, third, fourth, first, third, second. First, second, fourth, third, first. After 3 minutes 46 seconds, the top drivers are Brandon Van de Water, with a 22-lap 5:0.6 pace with 16 laps, Josh Premata, with a 21-lap 5:13.6 pace with 14 laps, and Gabe, with a 21-lap 5:14.3 pace with 14 laps. Third, first, fourth, third, second, first, third, second, fourth, First. 3rd.
30 seconds. Brandon, 23.510. Josh,
After 4 minutes 31
21.512.
seconds,
Gabe,
top drivers are Brandon
25.08.
Van
Brian,
Wilder with a 23
16.502.
lap 5:10.9 pace with 19 laps, Josh Cremata with a 21 lap 5:12.4 pace with 18 laps, and Gabe with a 20 lap 5:08.6 pace with 17 laps. 4th. 1st. 3rd. 2nd. 1st. 4th. 3rd. 2nd. 1st.
Keep going until I call your name.
3rd Gabe done with a 20 lap 5:03.6 result. 2nd Josh Cremata done with a 21 lap 5:08.2 result. 4th Brian Greenwell done with a 16 lap 5:05.6 result. All drivers are finished. 1st Brandon Van Wilder done with a 23 lap 5:09.7 result.
Wrong. It's all wrong. You're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong.
Race is completed. Robert Smith. Mike Sharp. Robert Smith 11-7. Mike Sharp 12-8. Robert Smith 11-1. Robert Smith 11-4. Mike Sharp 21.2. Robert Smith 11-5. Mike Sharp 13-5. Justin Yelverton. Robert Smith 11-3. Robert Smith 12 flat. Mike Sharp 19-8. Justin Yelvert 18-9. Robert Smith 11-3. Justin Yelvert 13-7. Mike Sharp 20.2. Robert Smith 14 flat. Justin Yelvert 13-7. Robert Smith 11-7. Mike Sharp 14-5. Justin Yelvert 14-5. Robert Smith 11-3. Mike Sharp 13 flat. Justin Yelvert 13-3. Robert Smith 13-2. Mike Sharp 12-7. Justin Yelvert 13-6. Mike Sharp 14-5. Justin Yelvert 13-5. Robert Smith 29 flat. Mike Sharp 13 flat. Justin Yelvert 14-4. Robert Smith 11-5. Mike Sharp 19-2. Robert Smith 13-8. Justin Yelvert 22 flat. Mike Sharp 13-4. Robert Smith 13-3. Mike Sharp 13-2. Justin Yelvert 14-8. Robert Smith 11-5. Robert Smith 11-2. Justin Yelvert 13-8. Mike Sharp 23.6. Robert Smith 11-4. Justin Yelvert 14-2. Robert Smith 11-3. Mike Sharp 14-9. Justin Yelvert 13-5. Mike Sharp 14-6. Justin Yelvert 15-2. Mike Sharp 12-9. Justin Yelverton 13-9. Robert Smith 37 flat. Mike Sharp 14-2. Justin Yelverton 13-5. Mike Sharp 15-9. Justin Yelverton 13-6. Robert Smith 34.5. Mike Sharp 14 flat. Justin Yelverton 12-9. Justin Yelverton 29.4. Mike Sharp 34.9. Robert Smith 36.9. Justin Yelverton 14 flat. Mike Sharp 12-8. Robert Smith 12-7. Justin Yelverton 13-5. Robert Smith 12-4. Mike Sharp 14-2. Justin Yelverton 13-2. Robert Smith 12-7. Justin Yelverton 13-8. Mike Sharp 25.1. Mike Sharp 13-2. Robert Smith 37.2. Justin Yelverton 27.8. Mike Sharp 15-6. Robert Smith 15-4. Justin Yelverton 14-4. Mike Sharp 13 flat. Robert Smith 12-9. Justin Yelverton 14-5. Mike Sharp 13-3. Mike Sharp 13-3. Justin Yelverton 15-6. Mike Sharp 12-9. Justin Yelverton 13-4. Mike Sharp 13-1. Robert Smith 48.8. Mike Sharp 13 flat. Robert Smith 12-2. Mike Sharp 13 flat. Robert Smith 12-5. Mike Sharp 15-9. Robert Smith 11-6. Robert Smith 11-7. Mike Sharp 19-8. Robert Smith 11-2. Mike Sharp 12-9. Robert Smith 12-1. Mike Sharp 13-7. Robert Smith 11-6. Robert Smith 11-4. Mike Sharp 13-3. Robert Smith 12-3. Mike Sharp 13-6. Robert Smith 11-4. Mike Sharp 13 flat. Robert Smith 11-8. Mike Sharp 14 flat. Robert Smith 11-2. Mike Sharp 14-2. Mike Sharp 26.8. Mike Sharp 19-7. Mike Sharp 322.8. Mike Sharp 13.7. Mike Sharp 13.2. Mike Sharp 23.5. Mike Sharp 13.6. Mike Sharp 12.8. Mike Sharp 13.8. Mike Sharp 51.6. Mike Sharp 13.3. Phil McQuilling. Mike Sharp 13 flat. Phil McQuilling 13.9. Mike Sharp 13.6. Phil McQuilling 12.7. Phil McQuilling 13.3. Phil McQuilling 13.3. Phil McQuilling 12.7. Phil McQuilling 12.8. Phil McQuilling 12.6. Phil McQuilling 12.7. Phil McQuilling 12.7. Phil McQuilling 15.9. Phil McQuilling 21.7. Phil McQuilling 13 flat. Phil McQuilling 12.5. Phil McQuilling 12.7. Joey C. Phil McQuilling 19.8. Phil McQuilling 13.1. Phil McQuilling 13.1. Joey C 38.1. Phil McQuilling 12.8. Joey C 12 flat. Phil McQuilling 14.7. Phil McQuilling 12.8. Phil McQuilling 13.1. Joey C 34.4. Phil McQuilling 12.8. Joey C 12.8. Phil McQuilling 12.9. Joey C 12.6. Phil McQuilling 13 flat. Joey C 12.7. Phil McQuilling 13.1. Joey C 16 flat. Phil McQuilling 13.2. Joey C 12.3. Phil McQuilling 12.8. Joey C 13.1. Phil McQuilling 13 flat. Joey C 112.5. Joey C 17-7.
All right, guys, about 10 minutes. Round 3 is going to start. The sheet's up on the end of the cabinet. Take a look. Or end of the aisle, not cabinet.
Joey C 13-1. Joey C 12-2. Joey C 24.1. Joey C 11-7. Joey C 11-8. Joey C 11-9.
All right, 10 minutes is up. Round number 1, two-wheel buggy. Mike, Gabe, Justin, and Brian.
Where's Gabe? Oh, that's where. He said he had to leave. He had to watch the road.
Brian Green, Mike Sharp, Gabe, Justin Yelverton, Justin Yelverton 15 flat, Gabe 18 4, Brian Greenwell 25 flat, Justin Yelverton 15 2,
Alright, guys, hold on. Alright, Mike on the tune. I'll jump out there. Josh, if we can get that pole, we should be alright. Alright. Mike on the tune. Gate. Justin. And Brian.
first, second, second, third, third, second, fourth, third. After 45 seconds, the top drivers are Justin Yelverton, with a 21-lap 5:05.4 pace with 2 laps, Mike Sharp, with a 20-lap 5:0.7 pace with 2 laps, and Brian Greenwell, with a 19-lap 5:13 flat pace with 2 laps. Second, first, third, fourth, second, first, third. Second, first, fourth, third, second. After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Justin Yelverton, with a 22-lap 5:07.9 pace with 5 laps, Mike Sharp, with a 22-lap 5:13.9 pace with 6 laps, and Gabe, with a 20-lap 5:11 flat pace with 5 laps. Second, fourth, third, first, second, fourth, third. First, second, fourth, third. First. After 2 minutes 15 seconds, the top drivers are Mike Sharp, with a 21-lap 5:01.6 pace with 9 laps, Justin Yelverton, with a 21-lap 5:06.7 pace with 8 laps, and Gabe, with a 20-lap 5:02.7 pace with 8 laps. Second, third, fourth, first, third, second, first, fourth, second, second, first, fourth. 2 minutes left. After 3 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Mike Sharp, with a 22-lap 5:10.4 pace with 12 laps, Justin Yelverton, with a 21-lap 5:12.6 pace with 11 laps, and Gabe, with a 21-lap 5:14.4 pace with 11 laps. Third, first, third, fourth, second, first, third, fourth, second, first, third, second. After 3 minutes 46 seconds, the top drivers are Mike Sharp, with a 21-lap 5:07.9 pace with 15 laps, Gabe, with a 21-lap 5:09.3 pace with 15 laps, and Justin Yelverton, with a 20-lap 5:08.8 pace with 14 laps. Fourth, first, third, second, first, third, fourth, second, first, third, second, fourth. After 4 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Mike Sharp, with a 21-lap 5:02.7 pace with 18 laps, Gabe, with a 21-lap 5:06.5 pace with 18 laps, and Justin Yelverton, with a 20-lap 5:02.7 pace with 17 laps. First, third, second, fourth, first, third, second, first, fourth, third, second. Gabe done with a 21-lap 5:06.1 result. First Mike Sharp done with a 22-lap 5:12.6 result. Third Justin Yelverton done with a 21-lap 5:13 flat result.
Mike, you are done. Gabe, you're done. Justin, you are done. Looking for Brian. All right, Aaron's done.
The race is completed. Currently up, race number 2. 2WD Buggy 17.5T.
Gabe, Chris is going to work on getting a
Race order
game
is
on the TV for you.
Car 1 Robert Smith. Car 2
We should be
Connor
done
Hawkins.
by then.
Car 3 Joey C. Car
Yeah,
4
that's what I
Tony
just
Fluid.
seen. You should be plenty
Car
of time.
5 Brandon Vandewater.
Finish this round, we're going to go right into the mains. Watch the straight. Watch the straight. Caution on the straight. No more cars going down the straight, please. Oh, it's just Joey C. Jimmy's not here. Jimmy's gonna find out why they call him First Corner Foster. All right, Marshall's taking their spots to the meatball, to the meatball. No more laps unless you're Connor or Brandon. All right. Yeah, Marshall zone's going to move soon. All right, on the tone, Rob. Connor, Joey, Bill, and Perfect.
First. Second. Second. Fourth. Fourth. First. Second. Fifth. Fifth. Third. First. Second. After 45 seconds, the top drivers are Robert Smith, with a 26-lap 5:06.9 pace with 3 laps, Connor Hawkins, with a 25-lap 5:02.4 pace with 3 laps, and Brandon Van Water, with a 23-lap 5:05.4 pace with 2 laps. Fourth, fifth, third, first, second, fifth, first, fourth, fifth, second, first, third, fourth, fifth, second. First, fifth, third, fourth, second. After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Robert Smith, with a 26-lap 5:08.4 pace with 7 laps, Connor Hawkins, with a 25-lap 5:10.8 pace with 7 laps, and Brandon Van Water, with a 23-lap 5:09.5 pace with 6 laps. First, fourth, third, second, fifth, first, fourth, second, third, fifth, first, third, second, fourth, fifth, first.
All right, 2:45.
After 2 minutes 15 seconds, the top drivers are Robert Smith, with a 26-lap 5:06 flat pace with 11 laps, Connor Hawkins, with a 25-lap 5:06.8 pace with 10 laps, and Joey C, with a 23-lap 5:04.3 pace with 9 laps. Second, fourth, fifth, first, fifth, second, third, fourth, first, fifth, second, third, fourth, first, second, third, fifth, first. 2 minutes left. After 3 minutes, the top drivers are Robert Smith, with a 26-lap 5:08.2 pace with 15 laps, Connor Hawkins, with a 25-lap 5:03.2 pace with 14 laps, and Joey C, with a 24-lap 5:12.4 pace with 13 laps. Second, third, first, fourth,
Rob holding the hot lap, 11.4.
third,
Connor at 11.5.
First.
11.5 for Joey.
fifth, second, third, first, fourth, second, third, fifth, first. After 3 minutes 46 seconds, the top drivers are Robert Smith, with a 26-lap 5:07 flat pace with 19 laps, Connor Hawkins, with a 25-lap 5:02.7 pace with 18 laps, and Joey C, with a 24-lap 5:07 flat pace with 17 laps. Fourth, second, third, fifth, first, second, fifth, third, first, fourth, second,
Yeah, yell at the marshal when you flipped over.
third, first,
Watch the back straight. Watch the back straight.
fourth, second, fifth. After 4 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Robert Smith, with a 26-lap 5:09.5 pace with 22 laps, Connor Hawkins, with a 25-lap 5:01.5 pace with 22 laps, and Joey C, with a 24-lap 5:10.1 pace with 20 laps. Third, first, second, fifth, fourth, first, third, second, fifth, first, third, fourth. Second, Connor Hawkins done with a
Connor, you're done.
25-lap 5:01.6 result. Fifth, Brandon Benoit done
Brandon,
with a
you're
21
done.
lap 5:0.6 result. First, Robert Smith done with a 26 lap 5:08.4 result. Fourth, Bill McWilling done with a 22 lap 5:07.6 result.
Everybody
All
pay-
drivers are finished. Third, Joey C done with a 24 lap 5:10.8 result.
So I'm trying to figure out why the computer says it's not responding. Four-wheel buggy.
The race is completed.
You can't do that like that. You can't be doing that now. I'm gonna change your name to Pow. Pow on the tone. Pow. All right, Chris. On the tone. First turn. Here we go. John B. Pow. Brianna. No, that wasn't your turn to pow.
First,
Scott, you're leading by bad example.
first,
We're not supposed to follow Uncle Scott.
first,
You got him in the main. You got this.
third,
Last round, you were coming with a vengeance. You got it. He's going to pow soon. Just wait.
second.
Oh, he's flirting. He's flirting with it.
After 45 seconds, the top drivers are Chris Foster, with a 26 lap 5:0.5 pace with 3 laps, Scott Naircorn, with a 26 lap 5:08.6 pace with 3 laps, and John Bayerly, with a 23 lap 5:09.2 pace with 3 laps. First, second, third, second, first, third,
3:45 left remaining.
first,
Watch the engine straight. Inside, inside, inside.
second. After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Scott Naircorn, with a 26 lap 5:09.1 pace with 6 laps, Chris Foster, with a 25 lap 5:09 flat pace with 7 laps, and John Bayerly, with a 23 lap 5:02.7 pace with 6 laps. Second, third, first, second, third, first, second, third, first, third, second. After 2 minutes 15 seconds, the top drivers are Chris Foster, with a 25 lap 5:08 flat pace with 10 laps, Scott Naircorn, with a 24 lap 5:06.5 pace with 10 laps, and John Bayerly, with a 24 lap 5:10.7 pace with 10 laps. First, third, third, first, second, second, first,
Oh, Scott, hold her down.
third, first, third. 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The top drivers are Chris Foster, with a 25 lap 5:07.1 pace with 14 laps, John Bayerly, with a 24 lap 5:07.9 pace with 13 laps, and Scott Naircorn, with a 24 lap 5:10.9 pace with 13 laps. Second, first, third, second, first, third. Second, first, third. Second, first, third. After 3 minutes 46 seconds, the top drivers are Chris Foster, with a 25 lap 5:04.8 pace with 18 laps, John Bayerlein, with a 24 lap 5:05.6 pace with 17 laps, and Scott Naircorn, with a 24 lap 5:07.3 pace with 17 laps. First, third, second, first, second, second. First, second, second, first, second. After 4 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Chris Foster, with a 25 lap 5:02 flat pace with 22 laps, John Bayerlein, with a 24 lap 5:04.9 pace with 21 laps, and Scott Naircorn, with a 24 lap 5:05.3 pace with 20 laps. Second, first, third, second, first, third, second. First, Chris Foster done with a 25 lap 5:02 flat result. Second, Scott Naircorn done with a 24 lap 5:02.6 result. All drivers are finished. Third, John Bayerlein done with a 24 lap 5:05.8 result. The race is completed.
My biggest issue is I don't push hard enough.
You're right there. You're getting the consistency part down first. That's all.
Yeah, but it's, I'm on that edge. The buggy can go quicker.
Right.
I second guess if you're going to turn and you're going to. You got to direct a couple times.
Right.
Just to get that extra speed out of it. It's like the buggy's there.
I popped the ball out of the rod. It's not broke, but it's egged out when the swap is before the main.
That's great. That's
It was on the last lap.
Yeah. By the skin of the teeth. All right, Josh, this is the redemption round. On the tone. I'm going to jump out there to the center pole. Brandon on the tone. Oh. Oh. Josh. Gabe. And Brian.
First, first, second, fourth, third, first, Second. After 45 seconds, the top drivers are Josh Premada, with a 23-lap 5:01 flat pace with 2 laps, Gabe, with a 22-lap 5:06.8 pace with 2 laps, and Brandon Van de Water, with a 22-lap 5:12.2 pace with 2 laps. Second. First. Third. Fourth. First. Second. Third. Fourth. First. Second.
Josh out front.
Third. First.
Whoa, what's going on over there? Little mini team making, huh?
After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Josh Premada, with a 24-lap 5:09.1 pace with 6 laps, Brandon Van de Water, with a 22-lap 5:0.7 pace with 5 laps, and Gabe, with a 21-lap 5:02.8 pace with 5 laps. Fourth. Second. Third. First. Second. Fourth. First.
3 minutes, Josh.
Third.
24.507. Looking to take TQ.
Second.
Can he stick it?
First. Third. Fourth. Second. First. After 2 minutes 15 seconds, the top drivers are Josh Premada, with a 24-lap 5:05.1 pace with 10 laps, Brandon Van de Water, with a 22-lap 5:03.5 pace with 9 laps, and Gabe, with a 21-lap 5:02.8 pace with 8 laps. Third. Second. First. Fourth. Third. Second. First. Fourth. Third. Second.
2 minutes left, Josh.
First.
Trying to take over TQ, still on that 24-lap pace.
2 minutes left. After 3 minutes, the top drivers are Josh Premada, with a 24-lap 5:07.3 pace with 13 laps, Brandon Van de Water, with a 22-lap 5:0.9 pace with 12 laps, and Gabe, with a 21-lap 5:0.3 pace with 11 laps. Third. Second. First. Second. Third. Fourth. First. Second. Third. First. Fourth. Second. Third. First. After 3 minutes 45 seconds, the top drivers are Josh Premada, with a 24-lap 5:07 flat pace with 17 laps, Brandon Van de Water, with a 23-lap 5:11.6 pace with 16 laps, and Gabe, with a 21-lap 5:01 flat pace with 15 laps. Fourth. Second. First. Third. Fourth. Second. First. Third.
Pit maneuver.
Second. First. Fourth. Third. After 4 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Josh Premada, with a 24-lap 5:07.5 pace with 20 laps, Brandon Van de Water, with a 23-lap 5:12.4 pace with 19 laps, and Gabe, with a 21-lap 5:02.6 pace with 18 laps. First. Second. Third. Fourth. First. Second. Third. Fourth. First. Second.
Nobody's finished yet.
Third Gabe done with a 21-lap 5:03.7 result.
Oh,
Fourth Brian Greenwell done with a 17-lap 5:05.2 result. Second Brandon Van de Water done with a 23-lap 5:12.6 result. All drivers are finished. First Josh Premada done with a 24-lap 5:13.4 result. The race is completed.
Like that so much. 5-minute warning. This is your 5-minute warning. Games are starting in 5 minutes. All right, Rob, Connor, Joey, Phil, Brandon, Mike, Gabe, Justin, and Brian. Marshals that are in the pits, I'm going to need your full drive buggy and stadium. Yeah, I don't know. Rob Smith to the front. Bring them up to Chris so you can place you in order. Rob, Connor, Joey, Phil, Brandon. Don't pile up so Chris can place you down. And Gabe. There's Mike Sharp. about to say, he blended in with the carpet. I was pretty sure that was him. There it is. All right, Marcus in position. On the tone. I'm going to jump out there. Everybody got it? Now I'm good. Yep. All right. On the tone. Good luck, drivers.
First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. First, second, third, ninth, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. First, second, eighth, third, fourth, fifth, ninth. After 45 seconds, the top drivers are Connor Hawkins, with a 33-lap 7:02.8 pace with 3 laps, Joey C., with a 33-lap 7:05.3 pace with 3 laps, and Robert Smith, with a 30-lap 7:01 flat pace with 3 laps. 6th, 7th, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 8th, 9th, 1st, 5th, 6th, 2nd, 7th, 3rd, 4th, 1st, 2nd, 5th, 6th, 8th, 7th, 3rd, 9th, 4th, 1st, 5th. After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Joey C., with a 34-lap 7:12 flat pace with 7 laps, Connor Hawkins, with a 34-lap 7:02.3 pace with 6 laps, and Phil McQuilling, with a 32-lap 7:13.3 pace with 6 laps. 2nd, 6th, 3rd, 7th, 8th, 4th, 9th, 1st, 5th, 2nd, 6th, 3rd, 7th, 8th, 4th, 1st, 2nd, 5th, 9th, 3rd, 6th, 7th, 8th, 4th, 1st, 2nd, 5th, 3rd, 6th, 9th. After 2 minutes 15 seconds, the top drivers are Connor Hawkins, with a 34-lap 7:12.6 pace with 10 laps, Joey C., with a 33-lap 7:02 flat pace with 10 laps, and Phil McQuilling, with a 32-lap 7:05.2 pace with 10 laps. 7th, 4th, 8th, 1st, 5th, 2nd, 6th, 3rd, 7th, 4th, 9th, 8th, 1st, 2nd, 5th, 3rd, 6th, 7th, 8th, 4th, 1st, 9th, 2nd, 5th, 6th, 3rd. After 3 minutes, the top drivers are Joey C., with a 32-lap 7:01.5 pace with 13 laps, Phil McQuilling, with a 32-lap 7:04.6 pace with 13 laps, and Robert Smith, with a 31-lap 7:10.6 pace with 13 laps. 4th, 8th, 1st, 2nd, 5th, 9th, 6th, 7th, 3rd, 1st, 4th, 2nd, 5th, 8th, 6th, 3rd, 9th, 1st, 7th, 4th, 5th, 2nd, 3rd, 8th, 1st, 9th, 4th, 7th, 5th. After 3 minutes 46 seconds, the top drivers are Joey C., with a 33-lap 7:08.5 pace with 17 laps, Phil McQuilling, with a 32-lap 7:06.8 pace with 16 laps, and Robert Smith, with a 32-lap 7:12.1 pace with 16 laps. 2nd, 3rd, 8th, 1st, 4th, 6th, 5th, 2nd, 3rd, 9th, 1st, 4th, 6th, 2nd, third, 7th, 5th, 1st, 9th, 2nd, 4th, 6th, 3rd, 5th, 1st, 7th. After 4 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Joey C., with a 33-lap 7:03.9 pace with 21 laps, Robert Smith, with a 32-lap 7:01 flat pace with 20 laps, and Phil McQuilling, with a 32-lap 7:09.7 pace with 20 laps. 2nd, 8th, 4th, 6th, 3rd, 1st, 5th, 7th. 2 minutes left. 2nd, 4th, 8th, 6th, 1st, 5th, 3rd, 2nd, 4th, 5th, 1st, 3rd, 2nd, 6th, 7th, 8th, 4th. After 5 minutes 16 seconds, the top drivers are Joey C., with a 33-lap 7:05.4 pace with 24 laps, Robert Smith, with a 33-lap 7:05.7 pace with 24 laps, and Phil McQuilling, with a 32-lap 7:10.2 pace with 23 laps. 1st, 5th, 3rd, 2nd, 6th, 7th, 4th, 8th, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 4th, 6th, 1st, 2nd, 8th, 3rd, 5th, 4th, 1st, 1 minute left. 2nd. After 6 minutes 2 seconds, the top drivers are Robert Smith, with a 33-lap 7:02.5 pace with 28 laps, Joey C., with a 33-lap 7:05.1 pace with 28 laps, and Phil McQuilling, with a 32-lap 7:10.4 pace with 26 laps. 3rd, 7th, 5th, 4th, 1st, 6th, 2nd, 8th, 3rd, 7th, 5th, 1st, 4th, 2nd, 3rd, 6th, 5th, 1st, 7th, 4th, 2nd, 8th, 3rd, 1st, 6th. After 6 minutes 47 seconds, the top drivers are Robert Smith, with a 34-lap 7:12.2 pace with 32 laps, Joey C., with a 33-lap 7:04.7 pace with 31 laps, and Phil McQuilling, with a 32-lap 7:10.4 pace with 30 laps. 5th, 7th, 4th, 3rd, 8th, 1st, 5th Brandon Vandewater done with a 30-lap 7:0.4 result. 2nd Joey C. done with a 32-lap 7:01.8 result. 7th Gabe done with a 25-lap 7:03.3 result. 4th Mike Sharp done with a 31-lap 7:04.1 result. 6th Justin Yelverton done with a 27-lap 7:08.1 result. 1st Robert Smith done with a 34-lap 7:11 flat result. 3rd Phil McQuilling done with a 32-lap 7:12.9 result. All drivers are finished. 8th Brian Greenwell done with a 23-lap 7:20.5
Rob, Joey, and Phil, your top
result.
3 of two-wheel buggy A main.
The race is completed.
All right, two-wheel buggy guys come out to Marshall, four-wheel A main. right, yeah, no problem. All right, Gabe, let's get a 1 through 4 lineup on the straight. Chris, John, Scott, and Brianna. And they did them themselves. Look at that. All right, on the tone. This is for it. Good luck, drivers. Get ready, marshals.
First, second, third, fourth. First, second, third, fourth. First, second, third, fourth. After 45 seconds, the top drivers are Chris Foster with
Tell him, get out of the way.
709.1 pace with 3 laps.
Coming through. Get out of the way.
3 lap 703.7 pace with 3 laps, and Brianna Bayerly with a 32 lap 708.1 pace with 3 laps.
Order is Foster, Brianna, John, and Scott.
Third, fourth, first, second, third, fourth, first,
Oh no. Number 2's going on his lid.
second,
Foster coming around already. Disrespectful.
first, fourth. After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Chris Foster
And a corner must be working good.
711.2 pace with 7 laps, John Bayerly with a 32 lap 705.5
Yeah,
pace
Chris
with
put
6
Brandy's
laps,
tires on
and
that
Brianna
car.
Bayerly with a 31 lap 705.9 pace with 6 laps. Second, first, third, fourth, second, first, third, fourth, second, first, third,
Watch the end of the straight. Watch the end of the straight.
fourth,
Inside, inside, inside.
second, first. After 2 minutes 15 seconds, the top drivers are Chris Foster with a 35 lap 703.8 pace with 11 laps, John Bayerly with a 32 lap 70.4 pace with 10 laps, and Brianna Bayerly with a 31 lap 705.9 pace with 9 laps. Third,
430, Foster, John, Scott, Brianna.
first, third, second, fourth.
Stadium, you're up next.
Third, second, fourth, first, third. After 3 minutes, the top drivers are Chris Foster with a 35 lap 710.4 pace with 14 laps, John Bayerly with a 33 lap 707.9 pace with 13 laps, and Brianna Bayerly with a 31 lap 708.9 pace with 13 laps. Second, fourth, first, third, second, first, fourth, third, second, first, fourth, third, first, second, fourth. After 3 minutes 45 seconds, the top drivers are Chris Foster with a 35 lap 705.8 pace with 18 laps, John Bayerly with a 33 lap 706 flat pace with 17 laps, and Scott Naircorn with a 31 lap 7.0.2 pace with 16 laps. Third, first, second, fourth, third, first, second, fourth, third, first, second, fourth, third, first, second. After 4 minutes 31 seconds, the The top drivers are Chris Foster, with a 35-lap 7:03.9 pace with 22 laps, John Bayerlein, with a 33-lap 7:02.8 pace with 21 laps, and Scott Naircorn, with a 32-lap 7:02.6 pace with 20 laps. Fourth, third, first, second, fourth, third, first, second, fourth. 2 minutes left.
Inside on the straight, inside on the straight, inside.
First, third, second, fourth.
Yeah, Scott ain't giving this to him. Ain't happening.
After 5 minutes 16 seconds, the top drivers are Chris Foster, with a 35-lap 7:06.8 pace with 25 laps, John Bayerlein, with a 33-lap 7:0.6 pace with 24 laps, and Scott Naircorn, with a 32-lap 7:03.9 pace with 23 laps.
Oh.
Third, second, fourth, first, third, second, fourth, first,
1:15 remaining. Chris, John, Scott, Brianna.
fourth, first, second, third. 1 minute left. After 6 minutes,
Chris
1
got
second,
two hot
the
X-rays
top
hot
drivers
on
are
his
Chris
tail.
Foster, with a 35-lap 7:06.9 pace with 29 laps, John Bayerlein, with a 34-lap 7:09.7 pace with 28 laps, and Scott Naircorn, with a 32-lap 7:0.5 pace with 27 laps.
Oh,
First,
and Foster killed it.
third, second,
That's not a diff case,
fourth.
is it? Oh,
third, first,
now it's going to be John B.
second, first. After 6 minutes 47 seconds, the top drivers are John Bayerlein, with a 34-lap 7:09.6 pace with 32 laps, Scott Naircorn, with a 33-lap 7:09.2 pace with 31 laps, and Chris Foster, with a 30-lap 6:05.3 pace with 30 laps. Fourth, second, first, third Brianna Bayerlein done with a 31-lap
John B. going to be
7:04.8
your
result.
winner.
Second Scott Naircorn done with
Scott
a
and
33-lap
Brianna.
7:09.7 result. All drivers are
I'm
finished.
showing them how it's done.
First John Bayerlein done with a 34-lap 7:11.6 result. The race is completed.
Scott, you got 11.2 that time. 11.2 fast lap. Motor was good. Stadium. Dave got a football game. Where they play, the Bears? Gabe. They play the Bears? Broncos? Started with a B, same thing. Well, who's the Bears? One more and then we're done.
Right? I'll take 11.5 all day long.
That's good for you. I told you it's coming.
Sorry, I didn't get out.
We will be closing the track right after
We both blew shots in.
for on-road prep.
What do you think's going to be better?
You're good right there. Yeah. These guys are pretty good. All right, come on, Stadium.
We'll stay standing up like that.
Brandon put the specs on. See what these goggles do. Oh, we're gonna have footage? Finally! Brandon, if you could, definitely share that on the first date page. My guy. Have a good one, Rob. Be safe. Justin, if I could get you at this center pole right here, that'd be great. Mike, can I get you at that center pole? Sweet. We're ready to go. Line yourselves up on the straight. Josh, Brandon, Gabe, and Brian in the back. On the tone. Oh yeah. Marshall's ready. Driver's ready. On the toe. Hey, no wheelies? Whoa!
First. Second.
Phew! Airmail.
Fourth. First. Second. Third. Fourth. First.
Nice, Brandon. That's on recording.
After 45 seconds, the top drivers are Josh Premata, with a 28-lap 608.2 pace with 3 laps, Brandon Vandewater, with a 27-lap 609.4 pace with 3 laps, and Gabe, with a 23-lap 606.3 pace with 2 laps.
That was going for the KO punch.
First. Fourth. Second. Third. First. Second. Third. Fourth. First. Second.
Josh still leading this race. Brandon 4.3 behind him. See if he can catch up to him.
Third. After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Josh Premata, with a 28-lap 608.5 pace with 6 laps, Brandon Vandewater, with a 26-lap 601.1 pace with 6 laps,
second
and
behind
Gabe,
him.
with a 25-lap 611.5 pace with 6 laps. First.
Let's see what it is when they
Fourth.
cross the line.
Second. Third.
1.7.
First. Fourth. Second.
Oh no, number 2 rolls it over.
First. Second. Fourth.
Your leader shot it out the park. Now it's going to put Brandon in the game. Yeah, 1
After 2
and
minutes
2
15 seconds,
down the
the
straight.
top drivers are
Josh
Josh
stopped in for
Premata,
some
with a
fuel.
28-lap 611.7 pace with 9 laps, Brandon Vandewater, with a 27-lap 612.5 pace
we're
with
gonna see
9
what
laps,
he's made
and
of.
Gabe, with a
Can he handle the
25-lap
pressure?
602.3 pace with 9 laps. First. Second. Fourth. Third. First. Second.
Brandon applying the pressure. He's
Third.
letting him know he's there.
First. Second.
Lap cars, pull over, pull over. Oh no. 1 and 2 both go on their lid. Race is back on. The whole field went on their lid.
Second. Fourth. After 3 minutes, the top
They're
drivers are
double
Josh
doubles.
Premata,
Both of
with
them
a
make it.
27-lap
Gabe in the middle of
609.7
them.
pace with 13
He's gonna
laps,
choose the
Brandon
safe route.
Vandewater, with a 27-lap 611 flat
Number
pace
1,
with 13
Josh down
laps,
the straight.
and Gabe,
Brandon,
with a
Gabe,
25-lap
Brian is the
605.4 pace
order.
with 12 laps. First. Second.
Watch the straight. Watch straight. Inside, inside, inside.
First. Second. Third. Fourth. First. Second. Third. After 3 minutes 46 seconds,
That's
the
how you
top
make it
drivers are
interesting.
Brandon Van de Water
Throw a wrench
with a
in there.
26 lap 601.1 pace with 16 laps, Josh Cremata with a 26 lap
Randy gonna
602.1
take
pace
over
with
the
16
lead. Josh
laps,
is now in the
and
number
Gabe
2
with
spot.
a 25 lap 612.9 pace with 15 laps. First. Second. Fourth. Third.
Randy got a little bit of
First.
a gap. Let's see if he, old Rolling Thunder, can catch up to him with a minute 45 left
Fourth.
on in the clock.
Second. Third.
Yep. Oh, Randy gonna cut it short. That's gonna put Josh right behind him. 1 and 2. Battle for the lead. Minute 30 left to
First.
go. This is gonna get interesting.
Second.
Come on, Josh.
Fourth. Third. After 4 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers
Feel
are
the
Brandon Van de
flow.
Water with a
Feel
26
the
lap
flow.
601.4 pace with 19 laps, Josh Cremata with a
Oh, get
26 lap
greedy.
603.7 pace with 19 laps, and Gabe with a 25 lap 613.6 pace with 18 laps. First. Second. Fourth. Third. First. Second. Third.
1 minute remaining.
1 minute left. First. Second. Third. First. Fourth. After 5 minutes 16 seconds, the top drivers are Brandon Van de Water with a 27 lap 608.9 pace with 23 laps, Josh Cremata with a 26 lap 603.1
That's
pace
why
with
we call
22
him Rolling
laps,
Thunder.
and Gabe with a 25 lap 611.9 pace with 21 laps. Second. First. Third. Fourth. Second. First. Third. Fourth. Second. First. Third. Second Josh Cremata done with a 26 lap 601.7 result. Fourth Brian Greenwell done with a 21 lap 603.8 result. First Brandon Van de Water done with a 27 lap 605.3 result. All drivers are finished. Third Gabe done with a 25 lap
Everybody is done.
609
Ooh.
flat result.
Little shot.
The
Well
race is
done.
completed.